Alrighty. We're doing an early morning stream today. We'll see. How that goes. All right. I think we got everything ready, more or less. Let's go ahead and go over. First, I got to restart real quick, so you're going to get a whoosh, cascade effect for a bit. Just restarting my VS Code. It had an update. It always bothers me when there's an update and I don't apply it, so. Okay. So, I haven't streamed for about 2 days. Work got really busy, so I couldn't really find the time to play around with the Ryzom project. So, but now that I'm back, I can go ahead and update you on what I was working on, some of the issues I was hitting, and some of the issues I fixed. Do that while this compiles again. So basically, the last time I was streaming, I was debating a Hexagon Architecture. In the end, decided not to implement it yet. Primarily because it's kind of difficult to structure all the folders out. It's a new architecture for me. So no like existing knowledge to fall back on in non-C++. And just in general, just a lot of red tape to do even simple things. Now, it's not that it's off the table. I'll probably reapproach it later, maybe as like a, refactor 2.0 or something. So instead, I'm going to maintain my, solid/clean code approach. Which in that mindset, I went ahead and took my login service and I went ahead and fully implemented some templating tricks I learned and just general namespacing and stuff. So as you can see here, the no discard flag, I think it either, I forget actually, let's verify. Does no discard cause compile errors or just warnings? I don't know actually how C++ handles that metadata flag, but it does something. Yeah, compile error warnings. There's a bunch of warnings we'll have to clean up at some point of just various crap, but it's still not too much words. This is the virtual interface for the login service. And ultimately, result is a template. I'm just defining it in line up here that ultimately just wraps the standard expected with a string return. This I'm using everywhere, as you can see. And this allows you to basically return tuples. And domain user is used for, this is the actual entity type. I also have a plural version called users, which is just a shorthand for, a vector version of user. Right on, Darius. No worries. So this is sort of my latest, proposal. So basically the login service is the guard, the user and users, currently. there is a chance I might abstract out user and shards into a different service later. But for the interim, login is just my generic, business logic layer for the whole login service is what I'm thinking. And the intent is that eventually everything that's part of login over here will get moved over into the service. And the reason I'm doing that is once I start hitting collision and front end and other types of services, they can also, be abstracted out into these like service implementations. And then I could just make a, mega server or a conglomerate server or something, and it would spin up all three of the instances as one service, which would be very handy for simplifying setting up a dev environment or even your early testing and not having to worry about, opening up a bazillion ports and configuring everything for like this big architecture. You can keep it lean and easy to shut off the shut off the service and turn it back on. Kind of the envisioning of this, because it gets so unwieldy with the number of services that you have to maintain. So with that in mind, I did break some of my CMakes at some point. This one looks like it's okay though. I wonder what happens if I do try to run. Yeah, you see this? I'm getting a call stack failure on command CPP. And I'm not fully sure why. Let's see if we can debug that real quick. So iCommand is being instantiated, and apparently it doesn't like my quit command. I don't know why. So it's trying to find in my local commands. By the way, there's a shitload of them. Interesting. I don't like how they do commands, by the way. That's something I'd probably abstract out as well at some point. But you can see that the NLnet and the NL miscellaneous and stuff just have all these helper commands that are spread across every program. But apparently my quit command is overlapping something. I think it's actually the Q. That's fine. Let's comment this out. I don't know why this started happening though. It's kind of weird. That that just came out of nowhere. Okay, so we still have an error. Let's start it up again. So it's attempting to bind Q still. Didn't I just delete the Q? Yeah. What happened there? I compiled. It did recompile things. I'm going to clean and attempt to reconfigure. Because obviously something's wrong. I probably should symlink logs as well into base. And then just git ignore it, but And we'll see. Anyways, once I fix these weird command errors that I don't fully get why they came up out of nowhere, I'll start to... I was having some linker errors with my latest CMake changes. In fact, I started removing this convert version number stuff. I don't know why this is version. This doesn't need to be. Anyways, I think I screwed up a few things. This is shared. I'd rather see the history of source. There we go. As you can see, I've been doing some big revamps. Oops. We're getting this command error again, which isn't even related to anything I'm doing right now. We'll fix it. I'm gonna have to go turn on my fan. It gets warm in my room. I also don't understand why I don't get this message. There are two commands that have the same name in this project. Command name S. Keep the same definition. See this command name quit in Q. Why is this coming up as Q? I don't like some of these weird defines. But when you call NL miscellaneous command, it calls NLmisc categorize commands, which NLS categorize commands takes an argument of commands as category. It takes the name, help, and args. It sets up a struct with a execution of a callback that ultimately returns this code. Because I think it implements that. Yeah, see how it inherits iCommand? But because it's inheriting iCommand, it does the self-registration, and then it tries to find the command. And if it finds it, then it does this NL stop X, which I don't understand why NL stop X doesn't print. It does an assertion. It takes the assertion log and it tries to display it. I think this assertion log thing is removed. Personally, I'd rather just be in standard out. I really don't like the NEL scaffolding. It's very convoluted and gross in my opinion. Can I just like generic log this? Like, I think even Sal, that probably should work. But apparently quit is being used twice. It's this, quit the service. Why did that work earlier? Did I like jack something up at one point and like bypass the initializer or something? I don't know. Anyways, let's just run make. Okay. So we're getting farther. Now we're getting a singleton registry error. I don't know why I'm getting all these new errors. Okay. So C configuration is getting released. Why is this getting released? I think the game is exiting. And it's exiting because AL failed to open the device. It's because we have the no sound flag enabled again. That one's normal. I don't know why it's having a release error. We might have to fix that later. But we can at least... Man, the config stuff is just gross. Turn this to 0, and that should fix it. There. So we're at least in game again. I know that I still have some weird bugs. I don't think we need this, by the way. And these changes I think were required. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of little tweaks on the CMake here. Most are just new line errors. I do plan to move configs over to TOML. I may change that printf into here while it's sending the message, but we'll wait. Okay. So we'll let that recompile, just double check everything's good. We can commit that, and at least we're in a dev environment and we can continue progress. So there's a couple areas that we can work on. Option 1 is that we work on continuing the connection flow and see if we can get the game to actually load. Option 2 is revamp config system to TOML. I like both. One of the issues, though, with the config system is I have a bit of a debate on how I architecture my config system. Let's go look at my config stash. I think it's called like TOML HPP or something. TOML++. TOML++ is a header only include in C++ for loading configs. And you can usually, I mean, that's pretty clean. The only part, I'm thinking of something like this. Pretty sure this is going to be easy to do. I just want to double check if AI can like generate something. They have something called deep merge. Makes it where later files win. Okay, so the next question though, if I want to validate OML per service, is it best to write a generic OML loader that each service calls to do the above override generics, then do a per project validation of configs? I might hard code the TOML part. I could alternatively pass the config service So here's the next question. If I want to abstract out the TOML requirement and instead wrap it in a solid/clean architecture with config with something like config service that implements a pretty sure that'll be solid. There he goes with the, I don't know why you're calling it a store. Okay. I might work on this real fast. We know that this is all happy now. Okay. Because the config service is going to be on another layer, I have two subfolders. One is called client side binaries. Another called server side binaries. Inside server, there's a command subfolder with each executable, e.g. login front end inside it, and up one directory inside server is login service. With config service being shared between client and server, what makes sense as a folder for each one to call? Just root of repo? they're starting to do a little bit of a hexagonal approach, but it ultimately just says use config service. I think that's fine. Another thing I'm going to probably do is rename config, because these are all going to turn into toml soon. All right, so we're not going to mess with this just yet, though. Sorry. Okay, so server. Might even call this config service just to keep the pattern. What we'll do is we're going to have a header file that's very similar to this. We're going to get a CMake file in here that's again very similar. And these are not relative, so that's perfect. This would be storage. Let's keep the word storage. It's generic. It's a pattern. We can change it in a sec if we don't like it over time. So right now we have what's called storage memory. Ooh, that is one problem, is the linking name. We can just call it config. Oh, that's wrong. Well, no, that's the implementation, so I guess that's fine. And then inside config, we'll have toml. Okay, so everything's a bit messy, but we're going to have this working better in just a sec. So shard db, wait, give me sensitive, replace. Okay, and this would be config db. Okay, so this will now reference config db. Right now, config db is not known because storage is incorrect. Okay. This all is going to turn into config toml, like that. All right. So the next thing is on the CMake, where we include server, we're going to add a new add subdirectory of config. Oops. Config service. And let's see if it'll actually compile. What are errors right now? Mostly just implementation errors. We can take this out. That fixes that error. Standard expected now works. This is failing because there is no implementation of that. There. So now it's all green. Okay. So we actually haven't implemented anything yet. We're just sort of scaffolding. But we're getting closer to what I'm envisioning. When it comes to actual implementation, we got a couple things we got to do. One is the URLs and the services and how the config stuff works. We're probably going to instantiate multiple configs per service, and they all might load common. I mean, that's what common is for. So essentially, when the config service gets initialized, some of the methods that we're going to want in this case, this will be one of the cases where there's no return value. I think you can just do result void and then just be like load and then a path. So this will actually load the config. We're going to abstract out key value pairing. We may want to do like the directory and then like file name, or not even file name, but like project name. The idea is this: you say, parse log subdirectory with the project name of login, and it knows to take the base directory, look for common dot whatever the file extension is that you're loading, and then once it succeeds with that, it'll switch over to the project name dot whatever the file extension is, and then it'll look for the project name dot override dot whatever the extension is. Okay, so then it's loaded. Config DB is really more of an interface, but we're just going to call it DB for now. It's going to be a generic term. Okay, so now that we have that, something I need to double check on is the key value lookup. I might just keep it generic though. So let's assume that we only return strings. What we could just do literally this. No. I don't think you can do that. Can you do this? I don't know if that works or not. I feel like it doesn't. Okay. The other thing is that domain normally is a passable value. I don't think we need domain actually. We'll keep the include, but I don't think domain's ever used in any of this. And also the integration I think is going to be identical. So I think this will work. Yeah, I have to do something. This is essentially a contract. How can I return result as a contract T? Oh, yeah, so it was correct. Yeah, this is what I kind of want, is where you can assert the type and get the result return. The only thing that's kind of sucks with the whole result thing is that I think this is fine. We'll test it. We'll see if it works in the long run or not. Okay. So we now have this scaffolding done. So now let's go into the config tomls. This will be dumbed down a lot. Ultimately, this will just be like result void config toml. Is that what this is supposed to be? Yeah. This is by public standards. Shard-db is actually config-db. There is no namespace. All right, and then these implementations are going to be similar to this. And we're going to be returning a result void of essentially this. And the same with this. I think these virtuals need to have a equals 0 for some reason. Yeah. Then now we have the key. So next we return this guy. And then this will be the actual implementation. I don't think we'll need a mux mutex, but we'll keep it in there just in case. I think each of these instances will be pretty safe, but because it's all on the same IO, it might make sense to keep the lock in there. All right, so then we're going to get TOML. TOML integration is actually going to be in the C++ part. Which we need to now move this to here. Oh. Why did I lose all my header files? No, result is defined on the other file. Oh, it's because I don't have the... That'll fix that one. String then it gets included as well. Mutex is undefined, but it's been defined on... Oh. Isn't that right? Config TOML? Yeah. Config TOML is defined here with a loader. Why aren't you liking this? Apparently, config TOML always needs this return type templating. It's going to be a little gross. That's actually perfect. You're auto-completing it for me. Okay. So there's the scaffolding. What are we getting for errors now? Oh, you forgot to... You just forgot a parentheses. Okay. So what happens when we build? Does it actually compile? If it does, we're on the right track. Basically, the next step would be... Oh, we got an error. Expected class name before a bracket on config TOML H line. Can you just fix this for me? Because the base config DB is not a template. You're trying to inherit from one. Oh. Can we make it a template? It is a template. It's right here. Okay, so when you inherit config TOML, oh, you have to inherit the type thing. I don't do contracts often, and I can't even tell you the number of times I've done contracts in C++. So, however, I know that it's going to make life so much easier to have contracts because we can do assertions on return values, and that's going to get super handy. The only thing that's going to kind of suck, though, is we almost want to have login service take config service as a generic, return type, constructed with whatever your marshaller is. Marshaller. I might even add native support for every service type. Because normally when you construct config service, you pass the config DB as that you see here. What I might do is make it require all the configs in order to load. Why are you telling me config fails, but then I compiled fine? Config DB is from config. Yeah, that's fine. I think you're... That might be like a lingering error. I think we can ignore it for now. Anyways, okay. So we have this TOML scaffolding. Let's go ahead and implement the TOML loader using TOML++. Now, getting TOML++ to actually be included, I actually have a stash that does that already. You can see here TOML++ TOML. And for this to work, this is infra config. I thought there's a CMake in here for including TOML. Somewhere. Not in Hex, what you want? I think it's in Hex config. So my tests, that's something else we want to implement soon. How did I include TOML? Like, I feel like there's missing files because I don't see the CMake. It's not that hard to include TOML though. I might even be able to do this. You should do like a fetch content query. No. Isn't it in the config in this? Yeah, this is what I want. That honestly might be all we need. Let's see if it'll compile. I mean, it should. I know it's showing errors right now, but I think I need to reconfig actually. Hold up, stop. There we go. Yep, so no, it's still erroring on this. Let's see, can we isolate Y? Probably we're making it available, but then we're not including it. Yeah. That's exactly why. Thank you. I kind of guesstimated that, but obviously I let's see how well this does. I don't know if I like the capitalization, but I think that's decent. The other question, I don't know standard expected very well, but I think just returning an empty object is a success. Yeah. A little weird, but learning. Cool. So we, in theory, have this. I hate comments, by the way. I mean, I understand it's a tenth, but that honestly might be it. We just loaded it. Now, the data that's been loaded is called table right now, which I don't think's been defined. Let's see if it knows the type of it. It's an unordered map, standard string with T. I don't know if that's enough. Maybe it is. Let's see if it builds. Because if it does, that'll be cool. Let's see if I can get value to work. Yeah, that looks clean. And that's about right as well. So what's cool about this is I can write this in a way where the config DB service here initializes with all variances. I still want to pass it as an argument so that you can like do optional things, but all right. I think these are include failures. Like I need to include file system and I need to include some other things. Let's see though. Yep. See, I know what I'm doing. A little bit. This one's interesting. Oops. Let me version all this. And let's just apply it. Let's see what the diff is. That'll help me see it better. Telling a friend I'm down to play 7 days whenever. Okay. Oh, so parse file actually has standard expected. If this is truly a standard expected type, what's this template? TOML exceptions. And it has parse result based on table. Table. I think We're going to move this over into sharing something while that. Yeah, this is just a standard standard expected style. I don't know where I got the has error failure type. And this doesn't need an error description, it just needs error. Oh, that's so cool that like it's using modern fixes. I could even just return the failure type and not wrap it. Yeah, like I could just say, honestly, I don't even want the context. I just want parse common.taml, and whatever the error is. We're still getting errors. Is this truly a result? Could be that I don't have that enabled. We'll see. And this, if it doesn't exist, wait, this is wrong. Should be that. And this should be, I think, value. Same thing with these. Let's see if you can figure it out. Apparently it has a valid. How are they wrapping this? It's a little weird. don't get it. Like, I can't tell how unexpected works. Let's do this. We're going to flip it to 2.0, 2.5 Pro. We're bringing out the big guns of AI. Man, I don't like the looseness of my magnet for my stand, but whatever. All right, well, let's try applying the Gemini's suggestion. So he's revamping it with a few changes. Let's hit save and let's see if it compiles or if it screws up too. It still screws up. Ooh, I got a black cat. Cool. Another thing we're going to probably have to fix later once this recompiles. That value is based on key, and it's doing a table find for the key. But because we're doing like a traversal, this may be too simple. I don't know though. I don't know the pattern that keys need. So it's trying to do a TOML v3 table. But TOML v3 table there's so much scaffolding in here. It's kind of a pain. Have an easy way. Oh, I'm in flash mode. Let's see. 23 code is due to misunderstanding that Toml Plus handles parsing errors and exceptions are enabled. When you set it on, parse file no longer returns a expected object that can be checked for errors. Instead, it directly returns a table and throws an exception. Oh, I don't want exceptions then. If I turn off Toml exceptions, or wait, what is default setting of Toml exception? And if I turn it off, how do I handle? Perfect. That's what I want. I guess the Toml exceptions flag is more of a checking if oh my, I'll grab my watch. It's full battery. Be right back. So anyways, once I get Toml loading, I can do a conversion of all my config files, and I'll have a much cleaner setup, in my opinion. Mix that in with adding support. I'm gonna have to double check how the key values loading is working too. We're still getting this error. Okay, so according to this, parse file always will return a Boolean. Maybe this fixes it? The auto config is this. When you do a parse file, we get a result. The result is a table. The table is some sort of magical mega thing. There like documentation on this? Because like all it says is use parse file, but then config never gets validated. I think it just has error. And test it. Excuse me. I need to do this. I think that's what I'm missing. Oh, wait. I gotta recompile the config. This is feeling more accurate. Link the interface target instead of that. What are you talking about? Oh, it's saying don't do this. I might have to rebuild the config. I think these need to be. According to this is closer to what I would expect. Error description. It should be faster to compile at least. So this was not a good idea. We'll see though if the other error still exists or not. Anyways, we're just trying to get this to, finish scaffolding. Once we do, the config file is going to need to come to a different number of places. For the interim, server command login is going to just have an instance of login config service. Like this. And essentially. And then this. Something like that. And this will have a config toml instance get passed to it. And then something like that. This would be an exception. It would be, I don't know the NL mechanic, NL third. I think air might do it. I think it'll be something like that. Okay, so what are our errors? Oh, nice. So we've moved along. We now properly do assertions on the top part, which is nice. We still have some errors. Login. Unfortunately, we're going to have to we want config service. Something like that. Why did we have to recompile everything? I didn't change any core files. All right, so You didn't see this right. This isn't in set value. Also, why can't you include config H? Well, config DB can't be included. Oh, I have to put this in as well. That's also why it was taking forever to compile. But in theory, this should work. Load the config toml, add the service, pass the config toml instance. Very similar to what we do here. Shard memory, though, when does this get instantiated? It's just a static. Ooh. I think this needs to be passed. Something else. Can you show me? Hey, Finar. It's going well. I'm just doing like scaffolding work currently. Template placeholder is not permitted as a parameter. Why is this a template placeholder? You didn't even tell me what your fix was. You just threw code at me. Specify. That why? Oh, I have to put it here as well. At all? Okay, so that fixed that instance. We still have these errors. We're going to ignore those for now. Cannot deduce. Why is this having to be asserted as a string during instantiation? Apparently, though, this is just inside of feels weird. We'll see though. Cannot deduce. Will inline fix this? I have to do that. Okay, at least we lost that error. Oh. That makes sense. Argument type. This is the same error. It should just put in the templating contract for the string. Okay. So we're done with instantiating. Now, is that enough to fix that? Looks like it. Okay, so now we're getting a linker error. Woo. Okay, so it's compiling. We get all these parameters. We have an LD failure on building the object. Can I... I don't really see the error in here. It's just a bunch of dumped data about linking failing. It's almost like toml is not linked properly into the library. So in config toml, I'm supposed to add this to the end. Really? No. Maybe you just needed the one. This isn't fixing the error. During the loader, this is the table lookup stuff. Is that seriously fixing it? I feel like it's just digging a deeper hole. Are we in the loop yet? Yeah, I think we're in the loop. Whoa. Basically just letting Copilot code all this. I'm curious how well it'll do. So far, it's not being very impressive. It is just doing a lot of failures. But I mean, it's compiling. And this is a lot of scaffolding. Jesus. I'm just letting it dig its own hole here. I feel like I should just return strings at this point. Or I don't know. This is a lot of gross integration problems. Okay, we're back to a compiler failure. You're missing a explicit template instantiation. We did this already, though. It still doesn't like that. Let's see what it's trying to do. Oh, did we remove that? I think we may have. Oh, it's saying it's in config service that it's missing it. Yeah, don't config service, undo, get you out of there. Config service. Why is this file empty? What did you do to my config service? What the fuck? Did it delete it? And I can't undo it. I'm gonna reload my window. I feel like there might be a visual bug going on with config service because it should have a ton of data in it. Shit. Oh no, there is no config service. This file is empty. I don't even think it's included. It just needs a template class defined. I probably can just do it here. I don't know why you're rebuilding everything. And then in config toml, I already have that definition. Anyways, I might just force everything to strings and then have some sort of templating system outside to actually do the because these templates are getting so gross. All I want to do is just return strings. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how this compiles. If I'm still getting weird templating linker errors, then I could simplify a lot of this just by returning strings. The only problem with returning strings is that there are cases where like there'll be an array, and ideally we want to make it so those arrays come back. But yeah, I think we're still getting these stupid errors. We are. Okay, so what we're going to do is value is just going to return back a string. And we don't need the T variances anymore. We're going to lock. We're going to find it. We hit the end. We'll get an unexpected. Otherwise, just return the value. That might be it. Same with this. We don't need templating anymore. We do a config load. Table clears fine. This is the merging. Yeah. So we're going to take out T. We're going to turn this into standard string. Probably the same with table. That might be it. We don't need the template class anymore. What other errors are in this line? We're going to ignore that for now. Okay. This, we can take out templating. That one's fine. But this, just return a string. Same here. And the config service, same thing. We do not need to do all this crazy templating. This no longer needs it. And your string. We don't even need this, and we don't need this. And in its implementation, this file can go away, I think. This should be guarding. I don't know why we lost this file entirely. A little concerning, but we can code it if we need to. Not that hard to. Just annoying that it got away. That doesn't need to be there. Okay, that's happier. We still have a bazillion errors, but can you make this dumber? Like, merge tables. Make this simpler. Maybe. This design, did that fix it? Okay. Now we can start taking out templates. We can't find the V table. Forget what that fixes. Because the virtual methods in are declared but not defined. This is because this code's gone. Man, this is gonna be annoying. I have to like result void config service load. That might fix it. Result is not a template. That's because we haven't included config service H. What's our next error? Oh yeah, we don't need user state. It's just lingering old code. What's the next error? Undefined vtable reference to config service. Same with config toml. This one's interesting. put this in the C++ file, basically. And probably the same for this. But they are defined right here. I think I might need to run a new config. I've done enough changes, and I think I'm chasing errors now related to files that aren't being included. I think this can get removed. Okay. So assuming this works, we'll have a key value pairing. What? Oh. I feel like that error was it trying to compile something that I changed. So this is going to heavily dumb down the config style though. But honestly, if we just have a simple value type like this, and then later, I don't know if we even need to use contracts. We'll figure it out. All right, I'm curious. When we go to server login service and we go look at like the constructor, like this, how is this being instantiated? Is there any referencing? No, it just says default, right? What about the DB variances? Are there any weird references to this? No. Are we just, I think we're missing a linker. So if we look at the scaffolding of config service to login service, they are virtually identical with config swapped, which is correct. And if we do the same, the next level up, we again are pretty clean. Same here. We do add in the new fetch content. We add in the new toml include. And we also add in the toml exceptions, but this also looks pretty clean. Config toml. This never references storage. This all looks good. Does login service instantiate the same way? Or did I like add some scaffolding? We instantiate identically. So what am I missing? Right, out of line definition for the virtual destructor. I don't know why. Oh, that would be all the functions. Okay, so what it's telling me is that config service needs this, essentially. So it's telling me that make sure that config dv has a virtual destructor in its header, which it does. Ensure that config db is a complete type and config service. So make sure is that right? Did I miss that? It's not needed. Config service shouldn't be implementing config db directly. Because it's inferred by this file. I wonder if it has to do with feels right. Undefined reference to vtable. Let's bump it up again. Why are my credits coming along? But it resets on the 31st. I'm actually okay on my pacing. Fixes to declare the structures in the header files and define them in their corresponding CPP files. So I know they're saying this, but every time I do this, it tells me to kick rocks. All right. You fix the base class. Must have a virtual destructor. Okay, so config DB has it. Fix the service layer. So on the service layer, declare the destructor in the header of the define in the C++ file. Wait, this is the header file. I did this. Oh, I only need the declaration here. That's the issue. And then the same probably here. It didn't help. The root of the problem is in the base class, and the solution requires a specific pattern across all classes in the hierarchy. A base class in a polymorphic hierarchy must have a virtual destructor. A class with virtual functions needs an out-of-line definition for its first non-inline virtual function to ensure the vtable is generated in a specific object file. Fix the base class. So in config dbh, this is the most critical step. You need to add a virtual destructor. But it's there. It's there. Like, why are you telling me I need to do something when it's there? Okay, so next we need to fix the service layer. Okay. We did this. Again. Like, unless I'm missing something in this code. Yeah, this literally is adding nothing other than saying declaration only. And making a wonky design decision with the config service header. Anyways, next we go into config service.cpp and we define the out-of-line definition. We did that. It's already there. Okay. Now we need to fix the implementation of config toml. It is a declaration only. And this is an out of line. I don't get it. Like, we changed nothing. Like, I get what it's trying to say, but it's not fixing it. And even weirder is this design pattern's over here. So like, it's not like I'm reinventing the wheel here. And I used default here and I got the headers fine. I almost feel like it's a linker error. Not in the vtable aspect. I think that's a side effect. I almost feel like, okay, so config service loads config. We've already reviewed this though. And then config loads config toml. And then config toml is defined as a library. And in this case, storage memory and config toml are kind of ubiquitous of the same sort of definition type. Yeah, these all look fine. So config service is loading config while login service is loading storage. The references look clean. Honestly, I'm going to do a clean rebuild. Maybe this thing is fixed and I'm just got a bad CMake build. It happens. Why was that so fast to fail? What did we fail on? Why did we stop? Don't know what happened there. Weird. Anyways, all right, so it's compiling. We'll see if we can get this destructor fixed. Once we get that fixed, we need to, honestly, what I'll probably just do is make like, we have value, and then we'll have like values, and that'll return an array of string values. And then down the line for like integer values, we'll make like a value int result return type, or even like an overloaded return or something. I don't know. Okay, so it does not like this, and I agree. I don't like it either. We are back to the square one though. Let's try going back to what we have here, which is the destructor is defined as default. Yep. And then the shard DB defined as default. Then the shard memory as an override defined as default. And then we remove this. And now we're back to the vtable failure. Are there any alternative ways to work around a vtable lookup than defining in the CPU file? Honestly, we could do that. It's not like the C++ file is doing anything on this. So I'm actually okay with this. Did we succeed? No, we still have a failure. Why is there a cast to pointer error now? That's a warning. What failed? Oh, it's attempting to load. the config service C++ and it's no longer there. Okay, so let's configure. That should take out that file. We have to reload though, which sucks, but how are we doing on time? We are 2 hours in. Okay. Quick stretch. So basically, if an inline definition works for the config service and fixes all the other issues, we can just add new methods for like value array or values, just pluralize it. And then we could also have like value string, value int. Because ultimately that's all we're going to be returning from the config is like an integer, a string, and an array. Like that's literally all the default configs do. String, integer, an array of integers, an array of floats. Yeah. Okay, so now we have an issue. Okay. So we fixed config service.h by inlining the calls, but config toml h is still failing. How can we fix config toml to properly link the constructor? You have declared virtual methods in the header, but their definitions are not inline. So config toml is modeled similarly to memories folder structure, e.g. shard memory h. And shard memory is fine. Why am I getting vtable failures on big toml? You don't have to guess what I probably did. I included the file shard memory CPP earlier. Here it is again. I do not define inline the destructor. Any other ideas? You do not define the destructor inline, but you also don't define it. However, your code works because you do not use any virtual methods in shard memory that require vtable to be emitted. The translation unit that instantiates the first virtual function is included in the final link, so the vtable is generated. I don't want to add this to my CPP. Does the destructor for config DB have to be virtual? considering this is an inherited class or an inherited struct. Always make the base class structure virtual for polymorphic use. This will resolve vtable errors for derived classes. But see, technically, config.db is not a derived class, but instead, config.db is an interface, essentially. I use it in config service so that I can plug in any implementation, e.g. config YAML later. It's an interface, an abstract-based class for configuration. The virtual ensures proper cleanup and vtable generation for all derived implementations. This lets you use dependency injection and swap implementations here. Keep it as an abstract class with a virtual destructor. This design is standard. You can safely add new backends without changing config service. Okay. But how do I repair? Well, I know it's going to tell me add this stupid damn line here, but every time I add this, it just fails still. Definition of explicitly defaulted. Can I just take out the default? Jesus, why are you taking forever? Like, you're not even having to change anything, ceiling formatter. I'm going to skip you, actually. You're just taking forever. Okay. So what's your error now? Standard. Oh, wait. Undefined reference. I think this is a linker error. No, I think that fixed it, actually. So stop using default and actually declare it in my C++ files, and we got past it. What's this error? You need to ensure that the constructor for toml is defined and implemented either in its header or source file. It is implemented, and it's just config toml has no constructor, though it says there's one overload. When you instantiate it, the constructor just returns default. Then can I just like So it's fine, is what it's trying to tell me. But we've already done this. Like literally, I sent you reference to this, and this is 100% bug fix. Okay. I mean, I guess do this. Wait. Yeah, you forgot your fucking semicolons. Why? Did you like forget how C++ works? Bet it's gonna still hate this. Yeah, it's not a variable. Default should work. Oh, is it because there's no equal? Undefined reference. This is cursed because the constructor is not yet defined. You need to implement it in its source file. We did, right here. So what's the problem? Are we getting a lingering problem or something? It links libconfig. Login is getting link. Do we have to do a link? This would help it. What are you compiling? There it goes. I wonder if that was our root problem actually for this whole thing. Is that we didn't include in the project for login. I might have to check if I can remove the destructors now in my default claims on the CPP files. If it works, I'm going to be a little pissed off. That's one of the biggest issues with C++ often is like the error reports aren't direct. They're kind of just sort of abstract. Like I failed to compile and I think it's this, but the reality is it's like nested in 3 layers on the real root cause problem of the failure. But I'm pretty sure if I don't have it linked, the vtable doesn't get passed over to the other, target. And so the linker has no header files and fails with a vtable lookup. But I don't know, we're still not done. So we have an undefined reference to set value going on. Inside of libconfig. What the fuck is this error? Like, these compiles are like, give me the damn error. So there's a link failure. We have a cast warning. There's no other errors. Like, just LD failed during config toml. This is reporting it though as undefined reference to set value. Yeah, okay. That is accurate. There is no set value function in here. Somehow I lost it. You gonna autocomplete it for me? Okay. I think we finally have success. Okay. We're loading, even though we're not supposed to. We're supposed to fail because the config file is missing. Let's add a little bit of verbosity to login to allow us to NL info on C-lang format. Not hard. I don't know why you take so long sometimes. Okay, so all we're testing, there should be a line in here that says like loading toml. Gonna be towards the top. Switching game state to load. Search paths. I don't even see the message. Oh, this is login. We got to go here. Okay, so we are getting failed to load config. So that's actually good. Of course, the failure message is wrong. By the way, I don't like the inline. Okay, wait. We now are compiling, right? So here's the question. If I take out the C++ integration in the CPP files like this, and I also return these to default, will it compile? Because if it does, it was a linker. Yeah. We were fighting that whole time that I missed this, and that was causing the vtuple error. And AI had no idea. Okay. That's just reassuring in my brain that I learned why, but okay, so we're getting an error where it says failed to load config, and then we just get garbled mess. Why are we getting garbled mess? Let's breakpoint this file, run a debugger on the login, and see what one it's actually returning on. This should be returning strings. So we're walking through, first file fails. We're supposed to return with a failed exist error. So we have a standard unexpected message coming back. Why is this being a garbled mess? Wait, that wasn't the right one. It's like we have a string leak. Error. Is it because of the %s and how? Is it a C string error? I think it might be. It's possible NL error doesn't return. Yeah. Common toml not found. Perfect. Okay. So we have a common file, and what we can even just do, we do have arrays in here. However, we're going to make a new directory. And we're going to call it common.toml. And we're going to just say convert to toml. Why is my toml parser, there's no syntax? Where'd you go? Well, better toml is no longer supported. Why aren't you showing this highlighted? This is a toml file. Why aren't you supporting? There it goes. It's detecting it as CoffeeScript though. I thought this was supporting syntax colors. Anyways. So we have a variation of common in config. We're going to go ahead and hard code login to use oh, I was actually loading the wrong directory anyways. The make file during init. Why are you taking so long, Copilot? All you got to do is say unlink. Come on. The exact same pattern as the previous ones. Why are you progressing bar on the bottom? You're like loading forever. Whatever, I'll do it hand. Unlink. Config. Speaking of, unlink config, unlink data. There. Unlink config. Okay. So it is informing us that it can't find common toml still, even though I should have linked it properly. So config now has config common. I think I may have not compiled after I added. Yeah. So now we're losing on the login step, which is perfect. So we're going to go ahead and make a login and say convert to toml. I don't know why the highlighting is fucked up though. Like, usually it's like this extension's fucked up. Oh, it's not enabled. Yeah, that would be fucked up. There we go. See how clean it is? Okay. So if we run server again, it might actually just run. Yeah. So we are succeeding now. So really at this point, config toml has a config service. This is a little bit of a debate. Config service currently is just a very simple wrapper to the login config. However, we're going to have a situation where we're going to load multiple files with different scopes. And technically, each DB instance is going to want to have its own variation. So, okay, I'm going to undo this. I know I was going to start scaffolding this. But what I want to do is let's do some simple sanity checks now. So like, let's go to login.toml and just check. Login, or wait, config service. Something like that. I might not do failures. Because a lot of these return values, they're just succeed or failure, I think. I don't know, let's double check. When you return value, there is a key not found error. But technically that can be ignored. And we could just force cast into the value and just have it empty and then have a validation step instead. I feel like that would be cleaner. And when you validate, you could just pass a list of strings with categories. I think that's what I'm going to do in the long run. So like login currently has no category, but we'll be adding in a login section like this. So we're getting a key not found. Just doing a simple load. Let's see how this parser does. Weird. It's not even loading. It's not doing this step. Wonder why. Okay. So project name is login. Okay. We're not even getting into sections with key values or anything like that. I think it's attempting to load all the values inside of this section. Ooh, so okay, let's test this first. We need to go into login toml, and on the root, type in login. And then recompile. No, I can just run it. And let's see if that at least loads the values into the key value pairing. Okay, so I think it's an empty table still. We're gonna fail. No? Okay, we're getting values now. Why does it like not report values? Accepted external shards. Yeah, we're here. But it's only currently validating strings. I might store them. Because like this is a string with an unordered map for the table. I might just store each of these in their own unique tables. Eventually. But we now get the result. Service host. Wait. Where's the message? Do we not report the message? Yeah, we never... Why is autocomplete not working? Like, I hate doing this shit blind. We're gonna reload the window. I love how ceiling format is taking so long that we get this nice big window of it like awaiting for it to save the fucking file. Like, wow, look how much cancer this ceiling format is for like compile time sometimes. Not even like it's that big of a file. It's like 1,000 lines and it's supposed to only be doing it on the modified lines. Yeah, fuck you. Reload anyways. I can write that code again real fast if I need to. All right. Can you save? There we go. Now let's run build. And then let's run the debugger again. Well, when the debugger loads, there it goes. I don't know. Oh, I didn't finish compiling. Fine, we can stop it. Wait for the compile to finish. I don't know why we're doing a full rebuild yet again. I gotta do, there's something buggy with my CMake cache directories, I think, because there's a lot of times where I'll say just build and then it just starts from scratch every damn time. Like it totally omits all the object files, even when I don't touch the CMake stuff. So it's supposed to just do delta compiles at that time. We do have Boolean values as well. So that's a consideration. Personally, I think all the dummy types, float, int, bool, string, and array, should just have their own type. Database host is localhost. Okay, so it is working. What we're going to need to do, though, is add some complexity now. Because config.db and this integration is too dumb right now. Because value needs a category. I don't think we'll ever need more than just category, though. This doesn't even support category, and we usually just have it all root key value pairings. So category based is going to be a huge improvement alone. And category is easy enough to add to the scaffolding, just like that. Okay, and then what we need to do yeah. The only issue though is table is still storing things as strings. I'm going to ask ChatGPT something. For table, is it better to store all values as string and do casting anytime a config value is fetched for simplicity? Or is it better to store multiple unordered maps with the value already asserted to its proper type? What about in a case of arrays? Well, I already used Toml++. Um, there any arguments against that design? It doesn't have any arguments. Okay. As long as there's no argument, I'll just keep this. And then what we'll do is we'll just have like value bool. And then we'll have like values, which is going to be a vector of string. And I feel like is there a float 32T? Is it just float? Is that a generic type? What does float imply? This probably should be standard. I think this might need some sort of inversion. Set value, I can keep it string. Set value is rarely going to get used, honestly. I think that's it. Okay, so now this is a satisfied type. See, that's why I like having Copilot. A lot of that boilerplate code, it'll just generate it for me. The array string is going to have an issue. Initializer specified for non-virtual method. Oh. Okay, what's my next error? Int32 is not a part of standard. I thought it was. Maybe I missed something obvious. The next thing we need to do is fix the lookup. Be like that. And this will be the norm. Then during load, Can you give me an unexpected message? Give me an assertion type. Why are you taking forever? You got like one damn job. There. What happened here? Why am I scrolling weird? Okay. Accumulate probably needs an import. Perfect. All right, so now we support more types. This reaches the end of a non-void function. I think it's that. Let's see. We're using a lambda. Auto merge tables. Yeah, this is a lambda. Oh, it's because I'm finding a failure and come on. If common result is a failure, then this is worth returning. Why is my autocomplete not doing well? Like, I feel like I'm constantly fighting. I think I'm just so spoiled in Golang. Like, look at this. Today, Junior. All right, that's way too long. I can just copy paste it faster than that. This is the project's name. So project name plus. Okay. Now, if override table, this is why I don't like inline conditions. I like to have them always bracketed. All right. So auto override results. If there is no override result, then return an unexpected error with project name plus override plus toml merge plus override result error. And can you fix my formatting, please? Or are you going to take forever like everything else with C++? It ain't rocket science. All right, I'm skipping you. You're taking too long. All right, build the target. All right, so that's happy. But when I run it, so key not found database host. I'm going to actually force lowercase on the value checks as well. So when we store, Also, I don't like these inline conditions. If auto section it's fine. I mean, I can that's not correct, technically. Yeah. We want to run this value. We're going to have like yuck. What are you doing? No, 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 no. I want like yeah. Something like this. What I do is there's a common section and then there's the project name section. And I iterate all that data and I parse it. And what that does, we also have this key not found. We're going to actually change this to category and then key not found in config. The login.database host is not found. The other thing is category needs to be lowercase. The easiest way to do that though is we take project name, no. Okay, so that lowercase is it. Same thing here. What did we fail? Assignment of read-only result. It's probably because this is a const. Okay. Will this do it? Probably gonna get the same error everywhere. Not found in config. So key value is supposed to get transformed, but because they're const, they don't. Well, no, it's because I don't reference them properly. Honestly, I need like this to be in category and then not rename all this junk because it's just a pain in the ass. Same thing here. Instead of using scope, this should be project name. And then instead of this, this will be like in project name. It's not too hard to go in there and retrospect things. Okay, so, and then we come through here when we're doing the key value storing. We're storing the tables. Why don't you like this? Key lower. Oh, that's the actual key name. We need it as a like that. The project name is a string. This is a string. Technically, this is a string view, but that's fine. So is key lower, so that needs to be string. It's fine. Okay. These things are going to have the same problem. Okay, and then let's look for this pattern. Okay. Be right back real quick. Gee. All right. So, did some revamps, cleaned it up a bit. We gotta fix these errors though. So key is no longer known. Set value. This is actually going to be based on in category plus in key. This actually needs the same treatment. Honestly, we do like this key value shit everywhere. What I probably should just do is no longer do... Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Okay, so auto key equals category plus dot plus key lower. Then every one of these finds can just be key. And every time we do this stuff, now just say key not found in config. Oops, collapse this. All right, category is undefined. Well, category in this case is special. It is project name. I think I duplicated it from earlier. You're in my way. Part of the... Okay. So database host is localhost. Cool. That was a lot of work, but what I just did is that common is now a section. And honestly, we should never have undefined sections. So like all these things should now just be in common like that. So. And so what you can do is you can define these override files. And inside these, you can say like, I want to override common so that the host, well, let's even do login. This. Okay, we're getting a seg dump, but you know, we're learning. Let's see why. Okay, so we are doing an accumulate method on load during the merge of common. Why is common failing? Because of the array? So common is attempting to load this file. It's going through and it doesn't like this line. Why? Yeah, that's why. Let's actually fail though. I don't like capitalized expected errors. I also don't like this else scenario. Let's even just do this. If this situation continue, if this situation continue, this situation continue, this situation continue, if this situation continue, if we ever hit the end, fail. Failed to load config, common tom alert, empty value in array. Neg filters warning as a empty value. Yep. Should I arguably ignore empties and just have the value set to nothing? I feel like if nothing, we have that. Yeah, that's enough to succeed. I don't mind that. I think that's okay. And the next question is, yeah, database host is test. Cool. So we have an override system now. Let's double check common is working right. This is going to be displayed variables result. And servers is going to have values based on common. It's going to just be displayed variables. If there is no result, then we're going to error out. Is values not valid? I thought I did values. Oh, I don't know how to do range in C++. The hell did you just do to my file? You just deleted everything after a line. A little scary. All right. Values is not supported. Let's see if this is a fail on compile. It is. I'm pretty sure for the reason. Why is values not defined? I thought I made that. I think I did in the DB, and I haven't carried it over to this. Why? Okay. So we're getting closer. Why is it saying failed to load result? Failed to load. Failed to load. Oh, we have to do. So displayed variables is not found in the config. Why not? That should be getting loaded as an array. Okay, so currently we're in the project of common, and we are in neg filters. Oh, yeah, no, that's correct. I am looking in the wrong place. That's actually good. That's the failures we want. And this is because this should be login. Perfect. And then you can see here, we now support arrays, and they come back as arrays. We might want to store them a little differently. Or can we... What? No. Do it here. Man, I fucking hate when people do inline conditions without brackets, because now I have to like add them, then it looks gross. Okay. There. We got a bad allocation error. What? Net stack. It's attempting to merge. When it hits the line, this doesn't help me because it doesn't tell me in the lambda. It succeeded though. Oh. That would be me. Failed to load login, or failed to load config, login.taml merge. Toml. Login display driver array element contains a comma test. Perfect. If we take this out and run it again, happy. One thing I'd like to do is, can I make these unexpected? Return the line number. This is more of a question. It's not end of the world. I was just curious. That would be during parser. Okay. What happens if it's an empty string, by the way? So what if we grab database password? Oh wait, we have to refile. I think it's easier Just put the host as blank for a second and see what happens. Yeah. Well, it's being overridden. So let's go to the override, take out that in the override. Yeah, it just comes back blank, which is fine. That's what I want. Because validation is going to be done inside of login. Okay. I guess the other part is there is going to be a situation where load needs to be called multiple times. And if it does, every time load gets called, it needs to not clear existing config stuff. Which I think that's it. Just doing what I did there will be enough. Can you finish your formatters? I literally commented a single fucking line. All right. Speaking of, before I complain too much, yeah, I only have it on modifications for formatting. Anyways, so what we can now try is we have a bunch of services that need to get converted over. But before we even do that, let's go into login, find every config option and move it. I don't know how the original config works, unfortunately. I don't even know if the config, there it is. So it's got this weird config file get instance bullshit for like client support, which is a uint 16. And is that an argument requirement? Yes. So what we're going to be doing is, like in this case, we're going to say, honestly, I'm going to probably just rename this because I don't like the word client support. It's a single fucking port. All right. If there is no client port result, then this is an assertion. Yeah. I don't think you need a throw. I think NL error is enough. All right. And then we just put in here like that. I think that'll be enough. And what we just need to find are all these instances of config file and get these over. So auto, accept unknown user. This is a Boolean. We're probably going to create config definitions and a validator. And what I could do for the validator is you just pass an array of strings. The problem is type assertion. I could just write a function called validate inside of login, like config validate or something. Gonna be hacky, but that's all right. Okay. This is in C login, but these functions don't require C login. So where are these functions usually defined? Like where's beep defined? Just service implementation. Okay. So config validate, just a generic message error. What it's going to do is say config service. Honestly, we can just load the values right here. And a little tacky. We should define config values in their like own namespace. Maybe in login.h. Because that should get inherited by all these. No, they wouldn't, because yeah, we can just do it by, yeah. So where this is going to get gross is it's going to be like, there's no longer a root config name. There's no long, I mean, displayed variables we can keep. One question I have. Okay. Okay. Basically that. So auto WS port. I mean, I always use result. I might as well keep using result. I don't know why ChatGPT keeps fucking up with me. It's like, you got one job, dude. It's not a hard one. Oh, I think it's my internet actually. Like I noticed Discord is a little laggy as well. My internet shitting out. I mean, a good response time. Fucking reload the window. How's my machine doing? We have a couple instances of VS Code that's getting a bit unwieldy, but it's got a lot of free space. There's 34 gigs of cache. Maybe that cache is starting to get a little unwieldy. There we go. See, the autocomplete normally would just fly through this shit. Okay, so the next would be accept external shards. Next is accept unknown user. This is not pluralized. I don't like pluralization. On non-arrays. Well, no, this is in login. There is a database host name. User. I like user more than login. Even better is username. Don't use ns equals true. Don't use. No. Use ns is a bool, and it should just be use ns. Auto use AES. Okay. No. Okay. Now we have a config validate, and this config validate should make all of the headaches. Oh, I didn't mean to reload, I meant to build. All right. Anyway, should make it a lot easier. Come on, build target. There we go. Oh, I have to do a full recompile for some reason. Okay. But yeah, so now we have a proper login config validation. Common is going to be a little more tricky to validate because obviously common is one of those things where there. And what I'll do is base has a git ignore, and inside of config, we want to ignore any dot override. Perfect. Config service doesn't have load bool. Oh, this is because this is valuable. Also, this value. All right. If we fail to get the result, this is more of a panic. Honestly, what we need to do is have like a forced return and a validation return. And honestly, we should just validate everything. And what we can just do is we can rename all of these results to like value result. And then we copy all this. And then with these copies, we remove that. And with these guys, we just return the value. These have silent errors and they're made to be used. Set value doesn't need a result. Okay. Then these do that. Okay. So we take all of these, we can move set value out of the category. Can I just can't quite do that. There. Okay. Now we do the actual implementation, which essentially all of these returns need result. And what we can just do though is go standard string value and just do this. Don't do a runtime error. If there is no result, just return nothing. Yeah. Gonna finish it for me? Why is it ignore? Wait, why are you duping it? Values result. Well, this is set value. We don't need this to have a result. Okay. Now we can just say, I'm also going to put like, is unknown user allowed? Kernel card. Okay. Okay, so that's happy now. Now we have is unknown user allowed, and if it's not, then fail this error. Next, allow user creation. Okay, next we go back to the validator and add this. Also needs to become is external shard allowed. Okay. Use AES result. I want to make this actually is naming okay. Next. Okay. In login, it's trying to find if the application is allowed. App allowed user create. What the fuck? Check create the user. This is with the user there. The application is not allowed to create the. I don't think we need this anymore. Nor do we need this anymore. Okay. Cleaning up a lot, honestly, when we're doing this. Okay. So this. Honestly, we could just do this. Like, there's no need for, hell, we could even do this. Okay. Done. One thing I'm curious about. I don't have a, like, what if I take out shard ID? Does the validator fail? Yes. But it's failing with a bad message. Because NL errors have to be string converted. Which I need to fix that at some point. Okay, let's take out shard ID again. Failed to validate shard ID. Login shard ID not found in config. Login shard ID not found in config. That is perfect. Exactly what I want. So now what you have is you have common variables, you have login specific variables, and you have overrides to both that you can define per service. So this is like eons better, in my opinion. Okay, so now we need to find every version of config file. There's not very many left. Get except, okay, so if config service, yeah. Is external shard allowed? Perfect. Okay, next. Next. Done. Awesome. So we've now officially added toml-based config loading, and we've written it in a way that it would be possible down the line to add in the IKE YAML and any other types of INI config styles. Also written it in a way that we could add it to the client pretty easily. In fact, I might load it in the client next. Oh. Sweet. That makes me happy. Next is I don't know what's next. I have so much to do. How are we doing on time? I've been streaming for 4 hours exactly. Wow. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to relax. And I'll come back. And unless I get distracted by something else, this was a key movement. The big debate now, going back to my original list, is do I continue down the config revamp? It's kind of worth it, whatever. It's going to be easy now. But also, Nel messaging needs to be revamped. The way that the Nel service gets subscribed to with this whole like NL main shit. The problem with this is that you're passing the config file, the log file, and all these initializers to this def. And then this def is creating an NLT main, which is another define, which is ultimately just main. And it has all this scaffolding with like this callback array call system. But I might be able to create a shim and override a lot of this logic. Because I'm so much in control of the full stack at this point, and I'll be abstracting out a lot of this logic anyways to its own login service later. Eventually this whole login will just be a shim that just initializes the NLnet. But I don't want to do that effort just yet. I'm trying to like gradually unlayer it and fix it. Otherwise, I'm just going to get overwhelmed with the revamp. The truth is that like front end is really not that big. It's like 700 lines. And I bet I could split this a little bit more smartly on like its handlers and stuff so that it's scoped better. I don't like giant files. I like them nice and small. But this is really all it takes for a player state right now. And then the position service, this is handling, you know, the basics of like how an entity is placed in the world, and it's managing all the different positions. In a lot of ways, this is kind of ECS-like, which is interesting. But cool. Anyways, we're done. I'm going to stop for now. If you've been lurking, thank you. If not, no worries. A lot of people actually watch my stuff on YouTube in passing. So, you know, feel free to consume it, listen, have fun. But I'm going to go ahead and stop for now. So take care, guys.